Good Saturday morning, SWTOR. Glad to have you with us today for another SWTOR Saturday where we stream for Extra Life. This is our charity stream every week, raising money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. Also, I get to play Star Wars The Old Republic, and so it is a win-win. So what's on the schedule for today? We're probably going to work our way through some of our Galactic seasons. If we look, the only achievement we have left is just to complete the weeklies. So we've got 19 left. So we should knock out 6 maybe 7 today. We'll see how it goes. But that's the plan for today. Geeky, hello my friend. How are you doing today? Hopefully you are having a good... See, it'd still be Saturday for you. Good Saturday. All right, guys. Thank you for turning in all of your quests. There we go. All right, so what do we have on tap? If we kind of look down through our list, I haven't been doing these anymore since we got all of those done. These aren't too terribly difficult. You just have to kind of have a group for those. Another group one. All right, thank you, Stream Elements bot. Are all the bots talking? All the bots are here today. What about you, DG? Are you here? Let's see if he shows up. 6 p.m.? Yeah, you've already had your Saturday. Hi, DG. Good. I'm glad you're ready. Yeah, 10 in the morning here. So I've been up for a couple of hours, but we are good to go. I'm probably not going to PvP. All right, that does get us to the ones I have marked here are the what's on tap. We'll probably run that with Zax. This we can do on anybody. You just have to have somebody as a tank and somebody as a DPS. That's your companion. Don't know if I've got the tattooing Kingpin on any of my Republic characters. 2 flashpoints. I'm debating. Assault on Tython and Korriban Incursion. I still have some veteran mode achievements to do. Secrets of the Enclave, I got a lot to do. Depths of Manon, I've actually not finished all that one. That'll just happen. And we've got CZ, Ilum, Iokath, and Zakul on this one. So, no worries. I always appreciate you checking in, seeing what we've got going on. It is always appreciated. Okay, so on this character, I think I haven't run flashpoints on a. Actually, let's check. Do these work in flashpoints? I don't think so. Not progress through war zones, Galactic Starfighter, flashpoints, or operations. So. Absolutely, absolutely. Always good to hear from my European friends. Got a few. I haven't heard from Drake in a while. He's from, I think, the Czech Republic. But he's been fighting connection issues, so I can see where he could be frustrated. But okay, so we won't do the flashpoints for that. I suppose we could just start. Well, let's start by doing this. I think it's probably a long shot. But let's go check to see if I've got tattooing Kingpin on this guy. I doubt it. That also might be a Zax thing that we will do. But we'll pop in and see. I think I did most of my bounty hunting stuff on my bounty hunters. The original Zax might have it. That's a possibility. Depends on what I was grinding and when. Yeah, see, I don't have any of the Kingpins on this guy. Now, what you can do if you don't have them, what you should be able to do, I thought it was that guy. Is it this guy? Huh. Maybe I've done nothing. That's a cool mount. It's called Wings of the Architect. If we select this guy, it should be listed. Where's that? There we go. Wings of the Architect. It's a rare drop off of a boss of an operation. Okay, anyway, no surprise there. So let's go ahead, and you're going to notice that if we check in on our Conquest, we have 0 Conquest done. I've not been playing that much since we've been streaming other games, so let's go ahead and remove this. And we will run... Let's start with CZ. That's a good warm-up. The daily areas are not too terribly difficult, and they are a nice way to warm ourselves up. So we can start working on 3 here. We've got the CZ one. We've got the companion as a tank or companion as a DPS. Since we are DPS, let's go ahead and tank up our companion. That'll help. There we go. And then I'm going to test here. Make sure my subscriber link is working. So we'll pretend DG just described. Thank you for subscribing, DG. All right. There we go. Everything seems to be working. All right, so what's new in the SWTOR universe? Well, if you've been following, I don't want to call it drama, but it is a discussion that's taken place. They did put the new character, what you call it? Sorry, I was moving something on my desk. The character enhancements, updates, the new shaders and stuff like that up on Test Center. There is a reported bug that it made all your characters look far older than they were. There's been an update. I haven't gone up to look at the update yet. I'll probably patch Test Center up this weekend. Maybe we'll do either a short video or a short live stream. It's kind of hard to directly compare, right? Like, I could potentially do it in a video because I have to log into live, and then you have to log out of live, log into test, and that doesn't work the best while live streaming. So maybe I'll just put a video up. I'm not sure yet, but I am due to do a video. I haven't done a video in a long time for SWTOR. I haven't done a video in a long time, just kind of overall. Mostly just been live streams. So if that's something you'd be interested in seeing, let me know. I'm happy to jump up to Test Center and do some visual comparisons. So the conversation so far, what's been happening is, okay, the characters are changing. People get very attached to their characters, and I can appreciate that. So you don't want it to change on you. That being said, if a game is going to do a graphical update, by the very nature, characters are going to change. So I can see kind of both sides. Like, do we want the improvements? If we want the improvements, we're going to have to kind of deal with some of the changes. Now, for me personally, I run helmets on a lot of my characters, so you can't see their face anymore. But I can see the angst, right? It's real. Why are you? There we go. And I think it's fair. It's fair to, I don't want to say criticize. That's not necessarily the right word, but you know, it's fair to give them feedback on your thoughts of the changes. Overall, most of the people I've seen talk about it do think it looks better, but it is the instances where things look wrong on your character that I can completely understand. Let's see other things that are happening in SWTOR news. There's a name purge coming. Oh, that's lovely. Alright. Oh, did it let me out? It did. Alright. There's my neighbor with his loud car. Not sure how much that comes across on the microphone. Always a pleasant sound early in the morning when you want to sleep in. Alright. So the name purge is basically, if you're a subscriber, you won't lose any names. They've said that off the top. Then, after that, if you are a free-to-play or preferred, if you have logged into a character within the calendar year, is the way I understood it. So since January 1st, those characters are protected. Now, it is a per character thing. So it's not just you've logged into your account, but logged into that character. You'll keep those names. Now, if you don't log in, it doesn't necessarily mean you automatically lose your name. It just means that name is back in the pool. So if somebody creates a character and selects that name, it will allow them to do that, and then you will lose access to it. But if you have a name and you didn't log into that character, and you don't protect it, and then you come back next year and log into that character and nobody's used that name, you can still reclaim it for yourself. So it's not like an automatically you lose them all and you have to do something. But definitely it is a, if you want to keep them, make sure you log into those characters. It's not the first time, it's been a while since they've purged out names, so I think it is a good thing to do. Basically, what they're trying to do is all of the accounts that are basically just dead accounts. The person's never coming back. So you've got all these character names just sitting on characters that will never log in again. Getting those back into the system. I know I've got one or two names that I'm going to try to get back. The last time that I lost a name wasn't necessarily technically a name purge, but years ago they combined servers, consolidated down to less servers. I think they've done it once or twice. I know they've done it once because I originally was on a server called Bedger Colony, and I am now on Satil Shan. I can't remember if there was a second name purge in there, or second server combo in there or not. Anyway, so what happened is, obviously if you're going to combine servers in a game where names are unique, somebody has to lose one if you've got two characters on two different servers with the same name. So I lost one or two. Can't remember. One that I can remember for sure. Ended up renaming that character and actually liked the new name better than the old name. So no worries there. But I would like to get one of my old names back for a new character. That would be fun. So I'll probably try that. I got a couple that I'm going to try that. Now there's no guarantee. Like the name that I want back, if an active player is still using that name, you know, I'm not going to get that name back, so, which is fine as well. Can always make a different name. Oh, let's see, what are we going to track? Oh, these are going to be good for, you know what, we might make Conquest. So here's what we're going to do. So you'll see this one is 35 missions. That's going to auto conquest a character because you only need 100,000. So we want to make sure we log somebody and do a single mission when we get to 20 or 34 to make that happen. Same on this one. You know, we can drop 64,000 onto a single character, which might be this character depending on what we do with it. If we run all the dailies. All right, so we're going to try to be strategic today. Okay, so what are we looking for immediately though? We want... Okay, we're at 17, so let's get One more. Let's see. I did a live stream reaction. So if you want to see that, the developers did a live stream kind of talking about all these changes. And I put up I just went through the whole thing, point by point. Ended up being a couple hour live stream. Theirs was like an hour and a half, so mine was most likely not going to be shorter if I'm commenting on all the things that they did. So you can find that on the channel. If you have any questions on any of that stuff, though, while I'm live, I'm happy to answer them. Love talking about game mechanics, game decisions. I am a believer, from a design standpoint especially, but from a game development standpoint as a whole. What you build, while important, that is the product, oftentimes it's as important, if not more important, to talk about the how and the why. Right? The process of getting there, and why did you make the decisions that you made. Because oftentimes there are many contributing factors to why those decisions were made, both in the form of choices, but also constraints. So I always try to look at game development decisions through that lens. It's like, okay, this was the result, but how did we get there? How did we get to that point? Sometimes it's just a developer belief. They just think that's the best. And you can agree or disagree with that decision, but that is fair. Sometimes it is based off constraints, technical constraints, societal constraints, regional constraints, cultural constraints, whatever you want to throw in there. Those are all factors that game developers and games have to deal with. They have to acknowledge the fact that it is a product that is in the world. It has to use technology to make itself happen. And there are limitations. Again, you as the player don't have to agree with the limitations. So for instance, some limitations you have some control over, others you do not. You don't have control over cultural limitations, for instance. Sometimes you don't even have control over technical limitations depending on your platform. If you are releasing on a console, you have to work within the technical limitations of that console. PC is a little bit different. You do have some choices. All right, let's see. What did we get done? I don't think we got anything done. Yeah, we haven't finished any of them. I'm going to guess the CZ one we just came up short on what? Yeah, we're going to have to run another character through this, or a different planet, and I don't really want to do anything on Zakul, Iokath, or Ilum. So we'll pull another character in there. So again, some of those constraints, there's not much you can do about it. So anyway, on the PC side, obviously you could make a game so that you need a $10,000 super gamer PC to play, but that wouldn't probably work in that your audience just wouldn't be able to buy it, right? So you have that kind of constraint. The next ones, though, while technically you do have control over, can be a little bit difficult, and that is resources. Resources and budget. How much money are you able to put towards making changes? Arguably, nothing is impossible in gaming, within certain constraints and reason, but sometimes it does come down to what can be done. And this is measured a few different ways. Just flat out total amount of resource. And again, resource usually comes down to money. Time is another big resource, and then what is financially viable? Now we're getting into the world of return on investment. If you're going to put X number of resources, time, dollars, whatever, into a change, what does you get for that change? Now this can be measured in in different ways. Obviously, direct money is a component of that, right? If you make a change to the game and it brings more sales, that's pretty straightforward to measure. Player goodwill is a real thing, right? You want your players to be happy with the game. That is definitely something that is worth considering. So all this kind of stuff kind of comes together in a way of figuring out what you can and can't do. So that is, I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but we were talking about the developer live stream, making changes to the game. Now, depending on what conspiracy theory level you want to talk, I look at the changes that they're making to the game as actually a pretty good thing. If the game was going to be a maintenance mode dead game that they're not going to put any effort into anymore, I'm not sure they would go through the hassle of making visual engine improvements, right? That takes time and effort to do. And so why, if you just want to wring any money, last dollar out of a game, why bother doing something like that? So they must believe at some level that the game's going to continue for a while and that they're going to bring in new people. And for a game that's coming up on, what, 14 years old now, having a visual update probably isn't a bad idea. Korriban looks way better. I haven't been up on the latest test again. I need to get that installed. So, anyway, let's see. Other things. There was a new bundle, I think. The story's been delayed. That's probably the other big news, in that the 7.6, the new story chunk, is not releasing with it. So let's go back to our talk about constraints. Constraints and player goodwill. What I'm about to talk about, I don't have any inside information. I don't know if what I'm going to say is true or not true. So we're going to try to speculate responsibly. But there is some speculation here. So in watching the live stream, a couple of comments that I made. First comment was, kudos to the developers, the story group, for getting up on a live stream, taking accountability and saying, this isn't ready, this isn't done, and we're not going to release it. You could see the pain on the faces as they delivered the news. So I give them props for doing that. Part of communication is sometimes delivering the bad news. That being said, the reason that they gave, and this is going from memory here, but is something along the lines of all of the pieces, I think is the word they used. All the pieces needed to complete the story are not done, they're not available, something along those lines. Alright, so if we read into that, there's a couple ways you could read into that. We've been working on it and we just took on too much and didn't get it done. You know, that could be models, that could be we didn't get the script written, but it didn't feel that way. It didn't feel like it was one of those things where it's like, yeah, we just took on too much or didn't have enough people and were unable to complete it. The way they phrased it to me, and this is again my personal perception of what went on, the way they phrased it was there was something that they didn't have enough of to get it done. Now, we'll go into a little bit of conspiracy theory here. In the last story update, one of the choices that they made, and this was by choice, that did not get well received by many players, is how they did the conversation / cutscenes. SWTOR has more than two, but two major ways that they're going to deliver story content and conversations. That is the old classic, fully voice acted characters, NPCs, everything's voice acted. Down at the bottom of your screen, you get the little golden 3 choices, sometimes less, but usually 3 choices. And every time you pick a choice, your character speaks their lines and things like that. That's the original. That's kind of the classic way. The second way is, I think it comes out of one of the original KOTOR games, I might be wrong, is the NPCs are all voice acted. Then you as the player get, it's a different interface. You get, again, numeric choices, but it's not necessarily limited to 3. I actually like that about that style. You have more choices, and also you can often choose something and then it removes that choice, but it leaves the other ones, and so you can kind of dig your way through the conversation. The downside to that one is, at least the way it's implemented, is your lines are not voice acted. So if we're going to talk about resource here, this is a big return on non-investment, I guess, if you want to say it that way. If I decide to make the player character voice act a line, what does that mean? Well, it means that single line has to be recorded for each of the character classes. So we've got 8 different voice actors there. Plus we've got both genders, so you've got 16 different voice actors doing that line. So every line of dialogue that the player character speaks has to be recorded at least 16 times. And that's in just English. I believe the game also is in German and French, if I recall. So now we're up to what, 16, 32, 48. So one line of dialogue means 48 voice actors. I'm not saying that some of them might be done by the same person, I'm not sure, but 48 lines of dialogue recorded every time you want. And then again, if there's any more languages, I don't know that there are, it would even add to that. So as a developer, I have to make the choice of, do I use that style and commit to that resource, or do I use the other style and save that resource for something else? So that's what they did, I think, in the last story update. A lot of the conversations, some of them were done with the original style, some of them were not. Now, what made them make that choice? Well, it could be a resource choice. That's completely viable. It could have been, and I don't know the timings on this, but this is going to lead to our, oh, I'm in a man, I make that jump. Oh, crap. All right, we're going to have to start over. That's all right. Anyway, so they may have made that choice purely from it costs too much. We don't want to put that kind of effort into it. And effort is the wrong word, maybe. We don't want to put that kind of money into all the voice dialogue stuff. Do I have to redo the whole thing? I think so. So we're going to do the second version, not record those voice lines, and we're going to move forward. So that was, again, don't know if they made the choice. The other reason they may have made that choice is, again, I don't know what the timing is, but depending on timing, we just went through here in the United States, both a Screen Actors Guild, a Writers Guild, and a Voice Actors strikes, which means they may not have had availability of the people who have done these voices to re-record them. So they may have made that decision. Now that does lead into the 7.6 stuff we'll talk about. Okay, so players weren't happy. So as a game company, it is their job to obviously make a profit. One of the things that I do get frustrated with is, as a player base, we want the best quality product, but we should be willing to pay for it. No game company is going to stay a game company if they don't make money. It's just how things happen, right? They have to pay their employees, they have to buy their everything. So, I don't worry about, or I don't get too upset over a company making money. Now, if they're just gouging and, making tons and tons of extra money, whatever. But for the most part, most game companies aren't like living high on the buckets of money that, their games are creating. So anyway, so arguably that feedback was heard. So let's get back to the 7.6 then. So that was all just kind of backstory for what we're going to talk about for 7.6. So 7.6, the writers, I can't remember the two ladies' titles, so I apologize for that. But the two that were representing the story group came out and said, we don't have everything we need to complete the 7.6 story. Well, what does that mean? To me, that means there might be a voice actor issue going on. That could be something as simple as the strikes, and they just didn't get everything to happen. Or it could be that the original plan for 7.6 was to do it much like they did 7.5, and based off of the players not being happy with how they did 7.5, they went back and said, okay, these areas where we were going to do version 2 of the conversation system, we need to change those over to version 1, which means we need to fully voice act out all of the player character lines, and that came later than it normally would, which means now you have to schedule all those people, again, amongst strikes and other issues, and even just other people, other jobs and work and stuff like that. And they didn't get all of that in time. If that's the case, I don't think the delay will be very large, right? If they're just waiting for essentially the voice acting to come together, I can't imagine it'll be very far into 2025 when we'll get the story released. So now all of that, like I said, is just speculation. I don't know, what the true reasons behind everything is, but all those are potentially valid. Now, on the flip side, you know what? If you want to be negative, you could just say, well, they just didn't get it done. And that can happen as well. Game industry deadlines can be pretty rough sometimes. Okay, we still need over 100 there. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead. I think if we knock Rishi out on Defil here, we should be able to finish his conquest, and we'll go grab another character. So yeah, I mean, it could be mismanagement. It could be they just don't have enough people to work on it, and they're unwilling to spend the money. I'm not saying any of those are not true either. Those are just possibilities. But to me, it felt like external things made it so that they were unable to complete. So, all right, let's move on to happier conversations. I am actually curious as a player. So 7.6 is going to hit probably December 10th. That's the speculation. They all but said that, but never technically said it. So we're kind of assuming December 10th is when the expansion will come out. By removing the story part, what I'm curious is, will the cadence of a release happens and all the new systems come into place? So we've got the dynamic encounters. What are we looking for? Nova Blades. So we've got dynamic encounters coming in. What else? We got the new lair boss. So all this content is coming in. And as soon as that all launches, we're going to rush out. There's going to be a set of achievements. There's going to be rewards. There's going to be all this stuff linked to it. There's a new PvP season. So you've got all this new content that's going to hit, but it's not the continuation of the story. So we're going to burn through that content, right? Like your hardcore players especially will go through complete all that content. And there's going to be some point where, at least for me, like, okay, I've done it. I've done all the dynamic encounter achievements, and then I run out of things that are new. It doesn't mean I still don't play. You know, I'll still do dailies like we're doing today. These 3 areas, CZ, Ziost, and Rishi, I've literally done hundreds of times. I don't know exactly how many, but I guarantee it's hundreds, if not approaching 1,000. I don't know if it's quite that high, and I'm okay with that. It's the kind of gameplay I like. There's something almost meditative going through content, figuring out more efficient ways to do it, figuring out your patterns and stuff like that. So that's just me. It's not for everybody. But once we're through all that new content, the new systems, the dynamic encounters, the lair boss, if I'm going to try to get the lair boss done. I can't guarantee that'll happen on stream because that requires a group. And so unless I get into some just either pickup groups or people I know groups, the one guild that I'm in that will probably do it, I don't like to, and I don't think they want me to, stream other people who may or may not want to be part of the stream. So I'm usually respectful to not stream those kind of things. So I'm not sure if I'll get those on stream. But anyway, we get through all this new content, and then I'm like, okay, what's new? Do we go back to, you know, dailies and stuff like that? And then all of a sudden, boom, here's the new story arc. It's like, oh, cool. It's something new to do, right? So having that cadence where it all doesn't just hit as one big giant chunk, I don't actually mind so much. Now this is definitely a glass half full versus glass half empty view of the world. I will admit to that. It is very optimistic. But that's how I'm approaching the delay in the story. Hopefully that doesn't make me whatever negative connotation of being overly pro about the game. I'm happy to point out the game's things I don't like about the game as well. But some of it is contextual. One of the things that I think is a valid critique of the game is the game systems aren't all that complex. It's a very classic, tried and true game system. And what I mean by that is it is a tab-targeted Holy Trinity style MMO. So in order to target something, I hit my tab key, and now I have that target. I just press buttons. I don't have to actively dodge. I can do a little bit of line of sight stuff, but it's not an action style game, right? I can just now apply anything I'm doing to that target. Holy Trinity is the classic tank, healer, DPS is defined roles. Now some of those roles are a little bit hybrid, but for the most part they follow those. The companion AI is simplistic. It's not overly complex. It does what it needs to do. But putting all that together, for me personally, and this is where player perception becomes a big thing. If you're looking for the newest, latest, greatest MMO cutting edge gameplay style, this is definitely probably not the game you want to play. What I'm looking for in my player experience is the ability to visit the Star Wars universe and be in it. I like the general familiarity, muscle memory, consistency of the way the system works. That works for me. I don't have to think too much about being overly hyper-focused. Like this fight right here, right? I've just kind of run around, and because my companion's in tank mode, they pulled all that aggro. I just didn't have to worry about it. So you know, I will admit my, well, they call them Twitch skills. So not Twitch the platform, but Twitch in the being able to make fast reaction time style first-person shooter action gamey stuff. I don't have those skills near like I used to anymore. If I get into those kind of matches, I'm probably going to get beat. So I don't mind this style. I kind of like it because it does not get in the way of me visiting the Star Wars universe, which is my primary reason for playing the game. So if I take it from that standpoint, what could be a negative to some, and rightfully so, the game systems and the way the game is put together, for me is actually a positive. It's the way I want to play. But it's not for everybody. So that's how I approach a lot of things in mini games. It's probably not hard to tell if you look at the games I've been streaming recently. None of them are the highly action games. We've done some Power Wash Simulator. We've done The Last Starship. We've been playing Stardew Valley. Oh, what else has been on the list? Bitburner, Uplink. Not one of these games is like a super high action game. Just not what I play anymore. But if I get to play around in Star Wars, shoot a blaster, use a lightsaber, that's a pretty good day. My major probably complaints is actually a resource because it is... I wish the stories were coming out faster. Oh, sorry. Sneeze got me. So if the stories were coming out faster, I could consume more. But it would be interesting. They'll never release this information. But if you take all of the just active players in the game right now, what percentage of the content that exists right now have those players actually consumed? It might be surprising how low it probably is. And so adding more and more and more content when some of the existing content's not even been done, you got to balance that as well. You'll never keep up with your hardcore players. All right, hold on a second. I'm going to mute. All right, I'm back. If you try to paste your content release schedule off of your most rabid fan base, you'll never keep up, and you'll just make content faster than most players can consume it. So there's a balance in there as well. But personally, even with all that said, I think the release has been a little on the slow side. Or even if the releases are on time, which again I think they've been a little on the slow side. The current story feels like it's just dragging out. So hopefully we'll be bringing the current story arc to a conclusion relatively soon. I don't think it's going to conclude in 7.6. It just doesn't feel like it. But 7.7 or 7.8, I could see being the end of the current story arc. Which means, do we have, and I have not heard anything on this, if and when the next major expansion. So MMOs kind of have two cadences. You've got the in-betweens, so the 7.5, 7.6, 7.7. Then you've got the big ones, the big number, right? So in this case, the next one would be 8. Those big number expansions, the 5, 6, 7, 8, not the dot expansions, tend to be large. Like those tend to be big story, level cap increases, new whatevers, new skills, and all kinds of stuff like that. They haven't really said anything about the next one of those that's on the horizon, but it's probably going to happen at some point. So when will that hit? Okay, let's see. Where are we at? 154. We're fine there. We're fine there. We need 4 for Rishi. And when that hits, if and when 8.0 becomes a thing, I would say that's when they'll start a completely new story. And so we'll see what we get there. Oh, look at those crazy bolts. I love this boss because when you have like a channeled ability like that, he's spinning, or even when he moves, you can see the blaster bolts actually curve. Why am I taking so much damage? How did my tank take so little? So those are my speculations on when the next big chunk of content will come. Alright, so what are we at? 47. So we need to get 2 more before we get to this final fight. So what I like to do is, on my way to this last boss, there are 2 spawns. One is a spawn of 2, one is a spawn of 1. I use that to just kind of even out whatever I need. Right, so I need 3, but we're going to get 1 more in the fight. So there's a 1, but I really need 2. So I'm going to leave that one and come grab these 2. This will put me at 49, and then when we fight the last thing, that'll get us to 50. So there we go. So we're now at 49. And then this one will give us 50. If you need more, you can obviously go and fight more. This is why we kill all the shore crabs, though. Because they're one-shot kills and they count towards the planetary defeated enemies counter. So there's our 50. Now we just quick travel back. And we call Rishi done. This should also make Conquest on this character, which means we can now start to get strategic on our Conquest objectives. If you've watched in this far and listened to me rant about things, let me know. Is there certain SWTOR content that you want to see? Is it more test center stuff, which obviously I can only do when the test center is up, so that's not always. Is there inside? You want more story content? More daily stuff? Let me know.
The honors and glory of the Spawn Nebula are yours.
I am always looking for something else to do. Oh, there we go. Or is there other games you want me to play? I can't guarantee you I'll get to those, but I have also my own resource limitations to a certain extent, both time and money. Okay, so let's take stock of where we're at. We are at 104, so we have 120,000 there. So we'll move on to another character. So we've got this one floating. Galactic Rampage for 64,000. So that'll be over half. So if we pick up could probably run Coruscant and knock that out. And between the two of those, that's going to make another Conquest. So let's do that. How does our inventory look like? We'll claim all the stuff we need to claim. I think that's Is that the only thing I'm going to save out of all that? I think it is. I can deconstruct that. Yeah, almost all this. Oh, missed one. Yeah, I think that's everything. We'll sell the rest. What's our repair bill? Only 4,000. We're okay. And then we'll drop this companion gift into our companion gift tab. There we go. Oh, right. Let's see. Let's run Coruscant. Oh, where are we at on tank and DPS? Did we knock any of those out? Okay, so the tank roll is done, so we can grab one that's going to be DPS. Because we do have this one. Yep. 100 enemies as a DPS companion. Okay, let's see. You know what? Let's grab Palan. Oh no, let's grab the original Zex. He's a tank. Yeah, let's run him. He's ranged, a tank. Potentially might have the Tatooine Kingpin bounty. So we'll check that. But also running a DPS companion with him will help. Because being a tank, we need that extra kick. Alright, so let's just start off by trying to knock out a good chunk of this 200 enemies type of thing. See if we can get that done. Then we'll pop up to fleet and we'll see if we can run the Kingpin bounty. And if we need to just harvest some Tatooine Genosians or something, we can do that as well. Alright, so let's make sure we get this guy over to DPS for the Conquest. Or sorry, for Galactic Seasons. Let's rock and roll. Alright, so we'll grab that guy. That guy over there likes to stand back there and shoot us, so we'll bring him over to us. My companions already wiped out most of them. Alright, we're going to send our companion over to get that guy. Maybe. Go, go, go. Run away, run away. Alright, come back to us. I love Bessie's, like, essentially death from above attack. She does a good job. That one. Lays out some damage. I think her muzzle rotates, does it? Maybe it's mine. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it actually rotates on a couple of those. Yeah, there, that one. That's kind of cool. Alright, this last couple groups, we're going to get one group that spawns in once we cross this threshold. So they're going to come in behind us. So there's that group. And we've got this group. Try to bring everybody over here to us. Pop that, and you see all these numbers. Just wipe the group out. And Bessie killed 2 before they even got here. Alright, my greed says we have to go get these, so what was that worth? 231 credits and 248 credits. I've had my chat on the whole time. I don't do that very often. There we go. We'll turn on the donation link. So, as a reminder, on Saturday we do play for charity. Let's see if this button's working today. There it is. So you'll find a link in the chat or the description down below to my Extra Life profile page. On that page, you can choose to donate any amount. Every dollar helps. You can do it as a one-time donation or a monthly recurring donation. Although, those will all stop in December, so there's not a lot of monthly left. But we will start again in January. We reset everything and start back from 0 every January. Each year is a kind of a different campaign. If you can't donate, that's cool. I understand. Any support is definitely appreciated. Support of the channel or just sharing the link. My link actually works 24/7. So if you want to share it with a friend you know loves to donate to great causes, they can donate whether I'm actively streaming or not. I won't see it. Like if somebody donates right now, I'll see it and thank you live on stream. But if that's not why you're donating, that's cool. All goes to a great cause. I'm wondering why DG put the link in there twice. That could be the timer kicked in the second time, so we'll investigate that later. Twice the link for twice the fun. Alright, where are we at on our progress here? Turn that one on. Yeah, I think we hit the... Did we get that 64,000 one? There it is. Alright, so we dropped the 64,000 one. So now we are at 80,000 already on this guy. So we're going to make Conquest just by running the course. We just want to make sure we don't push off the top of that one. Because I don't want to drop those 200,000 Conquest points onto a character that's almost to make Conquest anyway. It'll all go towards the guild version, so it's not a huge deal. But to maximize, we want as many characters to hit 100,000 as we can, because each one of those characters will get guild rewards. Fantastic. So if I put 500,000 Conquest points on one character, my guild will make Conquest, but I'll only get the rewards once. Whereas if I put 100,000 on 5 characters, the guild will make Conquest, but I'll get 5 rewards. So that's kind of our strategy. I've done it both ways. I've hit millions on a single character before. when I was grinding out Renown before they did a systems change, and I wanted some certain titles and stuff like that. So I kind of had to do it all on one character, because that's what the achievements said that I had to do. You had to get to 999 Renown on a single character for one of the achievements. That was like during a holiday break, if I remember right, which allowed me just to essentially go into a crazy, everyday, just hitting daily areas and maximizing my, what would be now would be called Conquest, the renown points at the time. And we did it. We made it. But we'll probably be at, I don't know, 100 and, let's take a guess. 50, 100, I'm going to say 100, 14, 15, 116. That's my prediction. And that'll be in personal conquest. The bonus will be a 15%. The guild will be 15% higher than that. But all right, 2 more missions. Half of this one. Go out to the Jedi Temple. Bessie, where are you? There you are. Lost Bessie. Alright. Last mission.
Thanks for this. Closing
we made Conquest.
A big win for Republic security and for the people of Coruscant.
So we're at 104. Like I said, this number will be higher because it gets the 15% bonus. But it's 104. 5,000 will put us at 109. Don't remember how much we get for the weekly. So I'm still sticking with my 116. 116 is my prediction. And I'll still do the bonus. This will put us a little higher because the bonus will be all strongs and elites, would give a little more conquest as opposed to the normals that are outside. Like that one gave 35 conquest. This guy will probably give 100, 110, let's say 114. 93. Alright, well, I was wrong. Not quite as much as I thought. I like the smoke ring that creates. I overall don't like the ability. I know it's no different than any other close range area attack. It's just something about it I don't like. But I do like some of the smoke particle effect that's going on there. Something's healing me. I might have a tactical or some specialty skill or something. Way to go, Bessie.
I don't care why you did this, but I'm glad it's done. I owe you one.
All
So
right.
take these credits. The Republic honors its debts.
116,856. So if we round it to 117, I was 1,000 off. 856. Not too bad. My math wasn't horrible. Alright, well I probably shouldn't have traveled to Fleet that way, but that's okay. We could have done the Kingpin bounty trick. We still can, technically. If we want to do it from here, but... So we're going to check to see if I have the Tatooine Kingpin on this guy. If we don't, we could actually just buy it if I have that available. Okay, we'll just manually do this travel. It's not huge, right? So where we came in to where we're about to go, I don't know, 20 seconds that we saved. But always looking for those little advantages. Okay, let's see what we have access to here. Did I unlock this? Doesn't look like I unlocked it on this character, but can I? Not eligible. Probably just haven't done the precursor, which is literally probably to go talk to the guy. Let's try that. Or maybe you have to do a normal bounty. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I did this event for the very first time. Alright, so let's click here. This should kick it off. Not eligible for that conversation either. Alright, well now let's check our... Do we have something already in here? Training skills... Crisis on Umbara. Seeker droid. No, there shouldn't be anything in there that's stopping us from doing this. So that makes me feel like we've already done the event. Alright, let's go back down. See if I can figure out what I have done wrong. Shouldn't be anything up here. Those are all just vendors.
You want to be on top. Gonna need the skills.
Oh, there we go. These are the authorizations, so I think I was just talking to the wrong person. Okay, so if we want to, we can spend 5 of our bounty contracts, which we have, how many? That I just don't bother to use. Zios, Masterworks, completed bounty. We have 149. So we could spend those and just run it on this guy. I believe it's Tatooine, right? Kingpin on Tatooine. Alright, so you buy this contract.
Come back. You might learn something.
So there it is. Refundable. But it is bound to us, so you can't sell it. So if we take this, we get one of the... Oh no, that's just reputation. So that's worthless to us. Alright, so we're skimming the contract, signing the contract. Went through a whole set of animations there. So now that contract shouldn't be
Old-timer
on
like
here
me got a
anymore.
lot of tricks for sale.
It is,
Come back,
but
you might
it
learn something.
should have put. There we go. So there is the tattooing contract. Oh, we had Ord Mantell. Okay, so I did have one on him already, but we needed tattooing. So we'll accept this. Speak to Mirko on tattooing. So let's go ahead and head to tattooing. Alright, so I don't remember 100% for sure where everything is. But we should get quest markers. And we won't make a lot of conquest on this, so I'm not going to bother to do it on a different character. Alright, so let's look around. Let's say up there. Yep. So let's go ahead. First thing we're going to do is get rid of this. And let's head over. We are in Anchorhead. We are going to irresponsibly drive our speeder right through a crowded market. Okay, maybe not so crowded, but it is a market. Alright, I believe this is our guy, Mirko.
Okay, Mirko. The underlings are out of the picture. It's time to deal with Cregan Ramar himself.
You said all that in that one line? That's impressive. The Java language is efficient. Alright, so where do we need to go? Looks like out here. So we'll just grab the quickest, or the closest travel point. Is that on the bridge arch there, over the canyon? If it is, that should be pretty easy to scan. We'll follow, I guess, what passes for a road here. I think that is the path through the desert. How big is the space? Pretty small. So yeah, I think we'll get ourselves right up onto this archway. So then we release our probes. I love this scene. I don't know what that one is. Is there somebody else here or just me? Okay, let's see if we can scan whatever that is. 'Cause I don't know if that's part of our mission or it was there when we got here. Huh? Yeah, it's giving it to us. So. Well, we'll take that one first. I think we have to find 5 though, so. Sometimes if you don't have enough, if you don't see any, like we are not seeing right now. Oh, there's some down there. I don't know why we... Probably, maybe, the angle? Was it just too low to pick up? Possibly. Mail. What would I have gotten mail from? Maybe the bounty thing? Alright, well this one's being a little particular. Let's see if there's any over here. There's one. But if you change your angle, perspective, sometimes you'll pick up others. Yeah, Tatooine, the Kingpin ones can be a little rough. I know some of them in the original when it first came out, there were some of these that most players, myself included, we had to get a partner to do. 2 people could do it, but yeah, they were rough fights. This one I've done it before. We're still going to keep our companion a DPS. We'll see if we can do this without a healer. I think that's going to be close. If we die, then we can switch over to a healer. But we'll try to tank DPS it, see if we can pull it off. Yeah, GSI Heroic Force can be rough, which we are going to do today, actually. I think GSI is on our list. We'll probably do that on the other Zax. I think we'll do the flashpoints, the GSI missions, which we have to do 2 planets. We'll do Tatooine GSI as well. Anything else? Kingpin. Yeah, we'll probably do the flashpoints and GSI on my commando. How you doing, Hugo? How's your week been? Oh crap, I forgot. Okay, this one, I've done this before. The mission itself isn't up here. It's actually below here. This is the limitations of a 2D map. We need to go down there. And unfortunately, I think down here is probably the quickest way to get there. I do this, like if I'm running it regularly, obviously I would remember, but I don't run it regular enough to keep that in mind. It's not a huge deal, but yeah, the GSI missions when they first came out were the same way. The Heroic 4 anyway. The rest of them aren't bad, but the Heroic 4 itself was really, really difficult to solo. Usually you needed some help on that one. Or am I now use the carbon grenade to freeze target? Okay. Or am I remembering wrong twice? Was I right? Is it actually up on the top? Alright, well let's just fight this guy for no reason. Yeah. There was something down here. So that is a situation where 2 different memories are competing for a spot in my brain. Can't remember what it is. There is a daily style mission down here. I can't remember what it is. Alright, well we got to tour Tatooine, and that's always fun. Clean all the sand out of my speeder when we're done. Here, let's turn the pipes off. There we go. We're going to this mode to get less sand into the intake. That seems reasonable. Is that where just... Okay, I knew there was something down there. It's probably those people standing right there. Yeah, there's the clickable. Little data pad. Alright, let's see. We'll try this with no healer. Let's see what happens. This may not be a good idea, but
Finding me's one thing.
you know what?
Stopping
Where's the
me's
fun
another.
if you're not going to do a challenge?
Finding me's one thing. Stopping me's another.
Yeah, you are tough. I will give you that. Or at least you threaten like you are.
Now you've done it. No more holding back. At least I went out fighting.
Companion. Companion took some damage. Yeah, we pulled it off. Companion's worse for the wear. I'm at what, 34%? Yeah, this one can be a little rough. Again, if I had a healer, it would have taken a lot longer. But we would have been in a little bit better shape at the end of it. But being a tank is nice. I still have 2 other defensive / healing cooldowns I could have used. Alright, Mirko. Well, I suppose we also could have... if we did the capture, we could have maybe taken a little bit less damage. But I always forget to do the capture part. I usually just... Once it turns into a fight, it's just... You just fight. I don't think about using the item to do the capture. Which I probably should, but... It's okay. I don't get dark side points or
No more
anything for it.
Krieg and Ramar, Mirko. He's dead.
Well, he's happy that I killed a person, so... There you go. Alright, so now what we will do is we'll go ahead and we'll use our event, because this will take us right to the terminal. Makes life quicker. Save us 20 seconds. We should have timed that. Alright, so now the turn in. Oh, nope. Sorry, the turn in here. Accept and accept. And then we got 2 mail. And I don't know what mail we got. So we'll check that. And then we'll go grab Zax number 2. So this is my original Zaximus. This was one of my... I think this is the first character I made on this server. Oh, yeah, that's just an auction. So we sold something. Okay, yeah, and that's just some flavor text. What did we sell? Archaeology. Looks like for $1 million. Alright, let's see what we got here. We'll store that. Open that. $23.20, $3.20, $8, $3.20. Oh, we definitely did better in the deconstructible gear department this time. Oh, the helmet doesn't look good. Doesn't look too bad in that color scheme. All right. Repair. Sell junk. Get rid of that stuff. Store our keepables. I don't know if that's a word. store our companion gift. Oh, let's drop these in. Oh, my stock's getting back up to over 1,000. 1,000. We spent a whole bunch. Can't remember. There was an achievement or something I was going after here recently, where I had to raise my crew's people stuff on a bunch of characters. I can't remember why we did it. Might have been for Conquest. Might have been for Galactic Seasons. All right, let's grab Zach's number 2. So Zach's number 1, like I said, that was, I think this guy was the first character I made on Bedger and Colony. My technically first character still exists here. Where's he at? He doesn't have his original name anymore. Here he is. That's my very, very first character. He's level 11. I made him on a server I joined when they first created the game. They let you sign up and build a guild on a website that would automatically transfer in. And so I knew some people that were trying to do that. So this is the character I made to help them get their guild up and running. And then they didn't play for very long and left. And so I ended up changing servers. But this character stuck. So that's not his original name, but that's my first character. This Zaximus was made during the Dark vs. Light event. So he's Zaximus number 2. Both are troopers. They're just opposite specialties. So Zax 1 was a Vanguard. Zax 2 is a Commando. I did that for the Dark vs. Light event. I made a new version of all the classes, and I just did the opposite class of whatever I had already picked for the first version. So, all right, let's see. Let's take stock of what we need to do. Somebody's going to have to run a CZ mission at some point, or 2 missions. So we'll keep. Actually, we're at 30 of 35 here. So we want to keep an eye on that. I don't know if the flashpoints will count for that. So we have our 2 flashpoints. We do have GSI missions. Yeah, we could do GSI missions, and then we'll switch over to another character, run 2 CZ missions to knock that out, and then that will give them Conquest. And then we'll probably come back to Zax. So, alright, so let's do GSI. Alright, back to Tatooine we go. The one where you have to scan the antennas in this one, for me, is always hit or miss. Sometimes I find them right away. Other times I wander around like I'm lost and just can't see them. So we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. Alright, so the GSI terminal is, I think, up here. There we go. So I think you have to, for Conquest here, I think it's just complete the weekly. So the weekly is 10. So you can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you have to go to another planet. Now you could do this over, like if you just like 3 missions here, you could do this over multiple days, which is fine. Since we're doing it on stream, that's not very practical. So, okay, that's a scan. These are the. I don't mind them too much. Let's see if I can do anything
You check.
and make them
Appreciate your
easier for you.
business.
So. Didn't there used to be? Maybe it's not on all planets. I thought there used to be a GSI terminal. that gave you a buff while you were on planet. Oh, it's about to wear out here. Our accuracy stim. Let's repop that. Here we go. Maybe that's only on certain planets, or I don't remember. Okay. So, first one here we're going to try and knock out, which is, again, generally for me a pain in the butt. So you got these 3 locations, and what you have to find is a little antenna stuck to the wall. I'm sure that when I used to run these a lot, there's like places where they are most likely to spawn. I don't run them enough now to remember what those places are. So mostly it's just me driving around looking at the walls, trying to figure out where they might be. Once you see it, it's pretty obvious, but until you see it, it can be a little bit of a pain. So we're just going to scout about. Try to find them. I have found sometimes if you're like, I've looked at all the walls, it's not here. Go do one of the other ones and come back, and it can be a little more friendly. Alright, I think we're getting to the outside edge. There we go. Alright, there is I think an interior to this. Let's check the outside wall, and then we'll cut through the building. I think that also has some stuff on the inside. That's a heroic area there. There it is. That's what we're looking for. And, okay. Nope, not field repair droid, seeker droid. Okay, so now we are, call it bugged. My seeker droid, because we were going in and out of the area, sometimes it gets a little, it's not a bug per se, but it does get a little, that detection message goes away. So you just have to leave and come back, get it to re-trigger, and you'll be good to go. Alright, there's one. So sometimes, I don't know if they can be in here, but this little interior section is easy to miss. So. Alright, on to number 2. Then we'll do number 3. And then we'll go out and scan that. This sometimes, I think it's just random. You'll get lucky sometimes. And then the fight that we need to do is right up here. That's the heroic fight anyway. Alright, so same thing, rinse and repeat. We'll just kind of drive around looking for a little tiny transmitter antenna stuck to the side of a building. Like I said, probably in very predictable locations. Is that it? Yeah, that's it right here. That I just do not remember. This was an era where after they put the seeker droids and the binoculars in, they used them a lot for all these little submissions and stuff. Because it was a new system they had access to. Alright, on to the next. And then I know there's GSI missions on Alderaan. Are there also ones on Hoth? That sounds familiar. I don't remember for sure. Does it say? Let's see if it says. Yeah, Alderaan's not too bad. Found on Tatooine, Alderaan, Hoth, and Makeb. We're not doing Makeb. Yeah, Alderaan's not bad. The one that it's not hard, it can just be annoying, is the scanning for Big Red. Sometimes that can be like, especially as a Republic player, that can get way up into the North Imperial area. It's just a little bit of a pain to get to, but yeah, overall, Makeb is not one of my favorite planets or areas. I would guess if I had to pick the one I avoid the most is Iokath. Iokath is not one that I enjoy. Makeb isn't horrible, but like I still haven't even completed all the achievements on Makeb. Yeah. I think once I got done with the reputation or whatever on Iokath, I'm not sure I really spent much time there afterwards. Let's see. Locations. Yeah, Makeb I'm only at 74%. Iokath isn't even in here? Do they put it in the maybe the daily areas? Wouldn't be under event dailies. Okay, yeah, 51%. I'm roughly halfway through that one. I should probably just go do that sometime. That's the only achievement I'm missing, really. I mean, the PvP ones, which I've got some of. Republic and Imperial defenses. 50 players defeated wouldn't actually be that hard. I should probably just go grind this out one of these days. 500 players, that one would be a little rough. Defeat 50 players. Oh, while using the walker. Defeat 50 players in Iokath daily area while controlling. Oh yeah, those would be a pain. No thank you. Not doing that. Okay, so we could get lucky. You have to scan these different sand crawlers. I've gotten it on this one before. Sometimes you have to just keep going. So nope, didn't get it here. Okay, last thing we have to do an anchor head here is we have to go over and do the combat for this one. I think we knocked out. Let's see, we've got CZ, flashpoints, GSI, missions. Okay. So we don't need to have our companion in any particular role. What is our companion right now? Heals. You know what? We're going to go aggressive. We'll double DPS this one up. Because I'm DPS, put our companion in DPS. And we'll just see if we can out DPS the boss. Let's see. So yeah, Iokath, Makeb. Definitely neither one are my favorites. Any others that I don't like? Orcon, Ziost. Quest is eh. Don't have a problem with it, but Yeah, I don't think there's any others that I'm just like would avoid. Oh, absolutely. Have a good one. Take it easy. Thanks for swinging by. Always appreciate it. Alright, let's see if this boss will go down. Yeah, he's doing alright. Not too worried about it. 50% health. Yeah, we took some damage there towards the end. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? We're at 31. Alright, so let's get our plan of attack here. So that is a scan. That's a scan. That's a scan. That's the eggs. We have a quick travel to there. That's a scan. That's a scan. Those are all scans. And that's a scan. So I think we'll quick travel out here. Go up and scan. Quick travel. Scan. Quick travel. Scan, 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 scan. We have to manually travel down here. Then we'll quick travel out here. Grab those. Then we'll start grabbing these. Complete Tatooine Heroics. We can turn that off. That'll just cause confusion. Alright. Let's work our way out to... Actually, you know what? Let's just jump in here first. This one's in Outlaw's Den. So Outlaw's Den technically is an open world PvP area. You never see anybody in there. But when you go in, just be aware that it is possible you can be attacked by another player. Not just an NPC, so... It is a hazard of this particular mission. So just be aware of that. It's a... This is one of those... I'm going to call it a failed concept. Like, I know what they were trying to do here. Make a... Basically just a free-for-all area. Like, I think... Like... It doesn't even matter. Like, any player can attack any player in here, I believe. So even another Republic or another Imperial, you know, it's not even faction dependent. All we're going to do is come in here, scan this moisture evaporator up here. You never see anybody here anymore. And then we're just going to quick travel back out. No worries. It's a ghost town. Alright, let's head north. Alright, so our next one is in the cliff face up here. So let's just kind of angle ourselves this general direction. Try to avoid pulling aggro if we can. Mostly just so we don't get knocked off our speeder. And we'll see how close we have to get. I think it's like in there. We won't be able to see it from out here. This is just too far away, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Oh, yes. There it is. Cool. Didn't have to get as close as I thought we'd have to. Alright, so now... we need to... So this is in the Imperial space. So you can scan from like out here. Let's just jump back here. We'll get this one first and work our way down. This is called the Wound. This big canyon that goes down the middle here. Alright, so on this one, we're scanning for, like... Are they meteorite fragments? Yeah, meteorite fragments. You can spot them without your binoculars. You need the binoculars to scan them, but you can find them without. So what we're looking for is essentially... Oh, we're not at the first one yet. But it's like a black rock stuck into the side. They're pretty obvious once you see them. We may have to go down there. Because they're down in this canyon here. Alright, let's pop down there. Might be easier to see. We did not get lucky. But that's okay. So we just need to basically go to these locations until we see one. Again, when I used to do this a lot, I think there was a couple spots that you might be able to spot two. But for the most part, you just have to find each one. Okay, let's see. See if we can see what we're looking for. Don't see it over there. Alright, well, let's try the binoculars. They'll make it glow, so it becomes really obvious. Oh, is that it? Don't think so. I think it's just lighting. Nope. Okay, so what we'll do now is, again, we'll mostly just change our angle here. Look at things from a different perspective. Nope. And we just kind of keep searching. Searching and hoping. Trying to not pull aggro on any of these guys so we don't have to do extra fighting. But well, this wasn't a good spot. See if we can get closer to the edge here. See a little bit more. Now it could be on this wall that we're standing on, which means we'll have to go over there and look from there. Alright, we're still striking out. Alright, I'm just trying to run away from those guys. Alright, so if we get up here now, we'll be able to get to the walls. There's one. See it right there? That's what we're looking for. Now the question is, will that be this one? Like the one that's farthest west, or the one that we're standing on? Okay, so it's the one that we're standing on. So we're still missing the one that's farther west of here. So we didn't see it, so we'll try from this side of the canyon now, because it may simply have been we just couldn't see it from where we were. We're actually getting back up and around to where we kind of started and were unsuccessful. So. Okay, let's get back up here. We didn't go all the way out to here. We kind of gave up back there, but... I'm just not seeing it.
Don't expect any mercy after this is over.
Oh, somebody's fighting the... There it is. Alright, we're not close enough. Okay, I'm pretty sure we looked there. We literally stood on this and looked around, so...
Don't expect any mercy after this is over.
Let's see if we can get to where we can still see it from here and see if we can get close enough. If not, we'll have to go back down. There we go. That one's in a interesting spot.
Now you've done it. No more holding back.
Alright, 2 down. Now we gotta get these 2 east ones. Which my memory says aren't near as hard as what we just did, so. So lots of just traveling on this one. Annoyances of not being able to find things. It's probably the biggest... I don't know. I'm never going to call them complaints. Just observations. But the great part is you've got 4 planets to choose from. Or you can just pick, like I said, you can just pick 2 missions that are really quick and you really like. And just do those every day for 5 days. I think they're daily repeatable, so... Yeah, they're listed as dailies. So you can just kind of just keep pinging these missions as you go, and then you don't have to worry about your annoyances. Alright, so same thing here. And like I said, it could be on this wall that we can't see. I'm not seeing it there, so let's go over to the bridge here. See if we can find it over here. I don't see it down there. And I don't see it down there, so we'll go up this side. This is kind of the Republic side. Just kind of work our way around along that canyon face right there. Hoping to get lucky and just kind of spot it as we're driving. don't see it, but let's go ahead and sometimes in the binoculars it'll stand out a little bit better. Nope. Alright, on to the next spot. Don't see anything there. Alright, so now I think we have to go basically around this to the other side to get our next viewing angle. Again, we'll do our best to avoid anything that wants to fight with us. We're getting into Tuscan territory now. Still no dice. We're getting quite a ways away from this one, so we're probably going to have to backtrack again. Find that one. I don't know why we lost our companion. Alright, let's go ahead and go over to this bridge. See if we get lucky. Not seeing anything over there. We have not had good luck today. Alright, let's go back to the other side. I don't see anything obvious. Alright, well. Kind of work our way around here a little bit farther. This has been a rough go. Check. We'll check this side down into this side of the canyon. Hopefully we can see something before we start working our way back. I don't think that's it. Nope. Well, I don't ever recall striking out this much on this mission. But it is what it is. Alright, this gives us a pretty good view. Oh, just spoiler alert, there is a datacron right up there on that cave, but there's no way to get up. If you drop down right there, there's an entrance to a tunnel that will take you all the way over there. So that's how you get it. Which we may have to go over there. Let's go over to this little outcropping here. We're gonna have to fight these guys. And that might give us an angle back into the land bridge here. Oh. Ah. Well, maybe that'll reset everything. Because we get to now start that whole journey over. Alright, come on. Luck. Commit to crazy here. Alright, well that doesn't seem like it should be happening, but can we scan from here? We can. You can see things that we're not meant to see from this angle. Because we are in a spot we're not supposed to be in. You can see that we're stuck, so we'll unstick ourselves. Alright, start this journey over again. What should happen is these little bridges in general tend to be where you go to find these things, right? If you kind of look at the map, you know, it's linked to this general area. Which we have done once already. But we will try again. What the heck? That was weird. Let's hope I can get back up there. Alright, so this is right on the edge. So I don't think it'll be on this side. I think our position might be changing when we put the scanner up. Alright, there it is. I know we looked over this edge before, so maybe they move around a little bit. Alright, so now we just have to head over to... Let's see. Let's take this side this time. We went the other way last time and that didn't work, so. See if we have a little bit better luck. We're still a ways away, so that was an optimistic scan. Really should be over this way farther. Alright, so we should be right on the edge of it, looking back this direction. So again, didn't expect to see it here, but it's worth checking. I think it's supposed to be on this side. But given the way this has gone, we are checking everywhere. Alright, don't see anything. Okay, there's something. Yeah, there's something in the scan when we turn. Alright, well, let's scan from here, just in case we find something. And then we're going to have to die. I don't think I can get back up. We'll try. But I don't think it's going to happen. Is my stuck command still available? Okay, cool. Saved us from leaping to our death. Alright, so if we look at our map, little logic, we're standing dead center in it. Should be here somewhere. Nothing. Alright, let's move first before we get on our speeder. Let's try from over here. Give us a different angle. I can't say I've ever had or ever remember having this much issue. These things usually just stand right out. Alright, let's try the other side. So this is getting a little frustrating. For a mission that really should be pretty easy. Alright, there it is. So it was on that face. But we went around up here and looked down there and it wasn't there. So don't know. Maybe they spawn and despawn. I'm not sure. But I almost guarantee you we've looked here before. Alright. Well, as painful as that one was, it is over. So let's go ahead now and need to cut into Imperial territory. Which sometimes isn't as bad as it sounds. So one of the interesting things is, if you look at the map, this north side is kind of the Republic space. The south side here is kind of the Imperial space. At least for the story missions and things like that. Now, you know, the bases, the towns and stuff will have enemies. But oftentimes you'll find, depending on the planet, as you go into air quote enemy territory, that is designed for the opposite faction to do their missions in, which means a lot of the enemies will actually be friendly to you. So it's almost easier to travel through the enemy territory because the enemies of your enemy are your friends type of thing. Now, depending on the planet, like these creatures and stuff are enemies to everybody. And if you get like a gang, you know, they're going to be enemies to everybody. So I think this is like a Gamorrean gang up here. But as you come up on different areas, you'll find be like a bunch of Republic troops that are meant for the Imperials to fight will actually be friendly to us, right? Like there's a Republic Recon Commando that's designed to be an enemy for the Imperial side. Mandalorians are enemies to both, or at least in that particular town. Tuskens, obviously. Sand people. Alright, I think it's up in there. Let's see if we can find a spot to scan from without getting attacked. Oh, there it is. Wrong terrace. Alright. Upload. What are we at? 31. That'll give us 32. Alright, I'm not going to upload that one yet because I want to make sure that we don't go over top of our mission there. We'll take it to 33. Then we'll go grab somebody and run CZ missions. Because that will finish up our CZ Galactic seasons. It will also give us that 224,000 pop on a single character. Which means they'll make Conquest easy. And then we'll come back to Zax and finish up GSI. And then we'll run 2 flashpoints. That probably will take us pretty close to the end of the stream. Yeah, that's the... I can't guarantee you that's the longest ever meteorite scan that I've ever done, but it ranks right up there. I can't remember having that much trouble finding them. Right now we're again back to looking for just random stuff to spawn in. And what we're looking for is just like a little egg larva cluster in the sand. Which it feels like it's almost like, and again, this is where you have to be careful because speculating off of a single perspective can be inaccurate. But it definitely feels like these things are not spawning in like they're supposed to. Okay, that's what we're looking for right there. And I can't say we went wide the first time, so it may have been here the whole time. But these shouldn't be that hard to find. They're relatively plentiful. Okay, there's one up there. So. Worth the combat to get the cluster. And then we'll just look and see if we can find a third. Like the tracks in the sand. The Bantha Drifts. Crate skulls. Crate dragon skull. And nothing. Theoretically, I think they can spawn down in there. It's just more of a pain to get to. It's nice and wide open up here. So we'll stay up here. Drive around looking for a little tiny egg cluster in the sand. Well, GSI has been a little rough today. They're out to get us. They do not want to succeed today. Alright, well, we'll drive down in here. See if anything has spawned. It's a Jedi Knight story mission. There's one. See, I either just didn't see it, like we literally drove right over it, so don't know if they're just slow to spawn in or what's going on. Alright. That puts us at 33. Let's go ahead and head out to the... I mean, they're all about the same. These two are about the same distance. This one's farther. Head out to the sand crawler and we won't scan it. We'll pop out and onto another character first. And we'll knock out this Taskmaster because it is worth 224. And I just want to put that on a nice fresh character. We're only at 7,000 on Zax here, so it wouldn't be a huge waste, but I can make Conquest on him in many ways, so. Here's the... I believe that balloon is the one that will take you to the sandcrawler we're going to. If you ride the balloon out, you can jump on top of the sandcrawler and you can get the... There's 2 datacrons out here. It's about a 20-minute ride. So you're going to see the balloon. It like comes around and on this side and then you jump off. So I think it's just gone past. But there's a datacron there and a datacron there. Okay. Let's go ahead and log out. We'll leave Zax here. And we will grab somebody else. I'm not sure who yet. Probably somebody that we won't use a lot. Could do Vignero. You know what? Let's grab our other smuggler. I don't play him a lot. So we're going to go back to CZ for 2 reasons. They're easy missions, and we still need to finish that up. So if we look at our Galactic seasons, our single CZ run got us to 6 of 8. And 79 out of 100. So we need 21 and 2. Those 2 missions will trigger this. That'll give us a nice big chunk of Conquest. Normally running one of these daily areas a second time, you get less Conquest. You won't get the... There's like a weekly, I think you can only get once a day. And then the defeat enemies, those are only daily as well. So we've already done those. But we're not too concerned about how much CZ is going to give us. What we're looking for is how much that 224 is going to give us. That's really what we're chasing. The nice part is with this guy, we don't have to worry about we just have to get that 35. That's a mission. But we don't have to worry about the 75 that we would have to get for the planetary defeat enemies quests. So these will be the same missions, right? Nothing will change. We honestly will probably be able to knock out the Conquest part of this up here on the top side. There's a complete 2 missions up here. And we'll probably get the 21 kills. But I'm kind of always in the opinion of, if I'm going to go that far and get that much of it done, I might as well finish the weekly. Although anymore we don't need the total Conquest as much for the guild level. We've got both of our guilds essentially high enough that we have all the perks. So there's not a lot of incentive to push really hard. I will admit, I think that's helped me stream other games. Because I'm not pulling away from trying to get my guild numbers up and things like that. All yours, Bessie. Take them. Disappear. Can we sneak by that guy? What do you think? Shh. We'll run right through him. He didn't feel a thing. Alright. I don't want to take these from this person. But they don't appear to be moving. So I'm not sure what they're doing. We'll give him a minute. If he wants that... Oh. Maybe he disconnected? Not sure. Or he just moved on. Might have just moved on. Alright, so that should be Conquest. Okay, so we made Conquest 226. Now, like the rest of these missions, if we wanted to just not bother, we could, but it's not that much more. It's like one boss fight, kill some creatures, and where are we at? 16 more of these guys. So for the little amount of effort it's going to take to finish this, we'll go ahead and get the weekly done. Alright, let's head towards the boss. I like the shotgun. What are we at? 30. Now we're gonna box it on. Alright, we'll drop some dots. Now we're just gonna punch him. Boom, boom, boom. We'll shoot him with the shotgun. We'll punch him again. Punch him some more. Boom. Uppercut, uppercut. It's called sucker punch. Okay, we are at 31, so we need 4 more. Should be able to get him down here. Good job, Bishop. Alright, that one's done. Now we just have to go down into the waste disposal area. Alright, so I always talk about, you know, I always save like the last essentially 30 kills for down here. We'll see if we can get through this without doing all the spawns. Like this one we had to take. This next one we're going to have to do. Just to get to the things that we need to click on. But the ones in the last area, we'll see if we can leave 2 of those spawns. Don't know that I've ever tried. It's just easy to grab them all and fight them, but... But we'll try it this time. The middle one we have to take. Because they're standing right over top of the thing we have to click on. But the other 2, we'll see if we can leave. Or if they join the fight. But I've always kind of said you might as well fight them. Like you're likely to pull aggro on them during the main fight anyway. But we'll see how true that is. See if we can do this fight without pulling aggro on the 2 spots. Okay, I can pull this off. Alright, so if you do want to leave those 2, I guess you can. And so we get these as well for doing the weekly. And that's it. That's all we're going to play that character. Now we'll go back to Zax and we'll finish GSI. And then we'll GSI up the probably Alderaan. And then we'll decide if we want to do the flashpoints or not. I don't see anything worth keeping there. Oh, he has a mail. Probably. Yep. Just an auction. Let's see what he sold. Scavenging. Okay, so now what we have left is a couple turn-ins or a turn-in, and then we have to scan the Jawa sand crawlers until we find the right one. And I think that's it. I don't think you do anything else in that mission. But it is spread out. All right, so let's go ahead and fire up our binoculars here. Oh, no, I guess that one was just the turn-in. No droids here. All right, the long drive. Long drive through the sand. Scroll. Whoa, we got too far out. I was looking at the streamer bot. Here's the balloon. Alright, let's see. We don't really want to cut through. It's like a little oasis down there. It's kind of cool. I think that's the sand crawler we need, but I don't think we can get it from here. Oh, wow, I'm actually surprised. That's a long ways. But that's the balloon that you stand here, or the sand crawler. You stand here, you jump on the balloon, and then you ride that out to the other sand crawler that we saw. So. See. Extra Life donation link. Why is that triggering twice? Can I copy it? Duplicate it. Let's duplicate it. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm assuming you like SWTOR given your name. All right, that should be it for Tatooine. Yep, so we're 5 of 10. So let's go ahead and head to Alderaan. And we'll do the Alderaan GSI next. Oh, cool. So you're like, let's see, 2014, 10 years ago. Okay, so not quite at launch, but that's a hefty amount of time to play, for sure. I was in the betas over the summer, and then started playing at launch. Way back. Yeah, that's pretty common. I know a lot of players who they pop in, they play, they catch up on all the stories and stuff, then they go off, play other games, come back. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially if you're playing MMOs. If you're playing a lot of MMOs, it can get to be hard to keep up if you're trying to do more than one. I know I can't. I can't play more than one. Effectively, anyway. Alright, let's see. GSI terminal. Grab all these guys. Alright, let's see. Is there the big droid here? Oops, sorry. Nope, that's a daily. Okay. We do have to go up here, though. It's been a while since I've done these. Yeah, doing 2 is rough. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't play on Darth Malgus. I know... I think is it Drakia? Visits the channel sometimes. I think he's on Darth Malgus. Okay, I think we have to scan something out here first. If I remember right. Yeah, I started on a server called Bedgerin Colony. It was a PvE role-playing server. And then we got merged into a bunch of other servers. So I'm on Satil Shan just because that's where I ended up through all the mergers and things like that. Alright, I think this is just our heroic fight, if I remember right. Yeah, defeat the industrial spies inside of an instance. Oh, nice. Yeah, it was back in that day when you started and I started. I mean, there were tons of servers. I don't know if that was over-optimism or a technology limitation, but it definitely was a different time. Also, it was back in the day when, depending on the server you chose, there were PvE and PvP servers. You know, that's kind of all combined now. So yeah, things are definitely different. Alright, let's see. What's next? Well, let's get rid of this one. Yeah, I think they were just... And when this game first launched, it was too much anticipation, for sure. So, you know, launching an MMO, you are definitely going to get tons and tons and tons of players that hit it early. So having multiple servers and that spread out. I know I started on... Man, I wish I could remember the name of the server that I technically started on. Because I joined a pre-game guild. So when the game first launched, or before it launched, they put together this program where if you registered your account and then you could actually form up your guild on the website, and it would pre-build the guild for you so that when you created your first character, it would already be there. It was kind of a cool system. And so I knew a group of players that were trying to do that, and I don't think I need to scan that, but so I joined that guild, and then it kind of they played for a little while, and then the guild kind of just fizzled out. So that was technically my first character. Once that one fizzled out, I didn't want to do a whole bunch of stuff on that particular server, so I just left that character there. What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. I knew there was a tower somewhere. So I left that character and then went and created a new one. And so that was my first trooper. I created a trooper character because that's what I had played in beta. And so I'd already seen a lot of it. And so I'm like, well, let's just get that one out of the way first, because I've already seen a lot of the story and stuff. So I might as well just do that one. And so that's how I started. Zaximus was my Vanguard tank trooper. I have since expanded out with way too many characters, but so that's when I created the character on Bedger and Colony to kind of separate. And I chose, so I'm not a huge PvPer, so I actually chose the PvE role-playing server, not because I'm a huge role player. I've only ever role-played inside of SWTOR once or twice with a couple people I knew, but mostly I chose it because I felt at the time my chances of finding a more adult, mature player base on a roleplay server were higher as opposed to a different server. And so that's why I chose it. If that was true or not, hard to say. But that was my logic anyway. Okay, we need to scan, I think it's these things, if I remember right. Or not scan, but do the digger thing. So that's my history. I have since been involved in many different guilds and such over the years, but yeah, I think it is, just as a generality. I mean, you're going to get good players and bad players within any context, so it's not universal, but I found it to be true. When they launched Galactic Starfighter, the PvP space combat, not the original space combat. I played that on different servers back when there were lots and lots of servers. The Bedger and Colony Galactic Starfighter group was completely different than any other server I ever played on. A lot of times in PvP, and rightfully so, you know, a lot of times in PvP, it's about winning quickly, winning efficiently, moving on, and I completely get that mentality. In the Bedger and Colony GSF world, most players prioritized making sure everybody was enjoying the experience as opposed to just trying to win at any cost. I can remember being in groups where it was pretty obvious that our team was going to just stomp the other team. And so like half of our team was off flying around doing tricks and, you know, trying to see if we could fly through certain areas or ship carcasses and all that kind of stuff. And literally just ignoring the objectives so that the other team would have a chance to, you know, get some points and actually enjoy the experience. And that was the kind of group that was over there. And it was kind of fun. I miss it a little bit. I haven't GSF'd regularly in a very long time, so I don't know what that environment is like these days, but last few times I've done it, it's definitely a lot more, I'll call it cutthroat probably. Which I understand as well. That's, if you're playing a PvP style thing, it makes a lot of sense to be, your whole point is to win, so. 7-6. So I've done dynamic encounters up on the test center. I like them as a system, so I think that is a good thing. At the beginning of the stream, I actually, well, I get two things. Beginning of the stream, I kind of talked through some of this. Also, I did a whole stream on, I went through the entire live stream and commented on everything, but I'm happy to talk about it here as well. So the dynamic encounters were pretty cool. I can already tell that at least me as a player, once I get through any achievements linked to them, I can't see it as something I'm going to do as dailies unless if the conquest that they give is on par or above what just running dailies would be. I could see going and doing that instead of dailies. I've done all the dailies so many times that a change of pace wouldn't be bad. But I like the system. So the dynamic encounters is cool. Definitely feels like something they'll be able to expand. I have not done the lair boss. I've tried to get in with, like I've tried just to randomly join a group, and I tried to find some groups doing it. So, probably fine. I've read through some guides on the lair boss. It seems cool, so I don't know on that one. So those were the two big content items. Obviously, the story being delayed is rough. That story is already coming out so slow that it's annoying, I guess, is the best word for it. I thought sometimes you could get lucky and scan this one through the trees, but I'm not seeing it. Alright, let's get a little closer. But that being said, I am interested, at least in my own perception, if the story is delayed. Come on, there we go. So all this new content, the dynamic encounters and stuff is going to launch, and I'm going to go do that stuff. And then about the time I probably get those achievements and wrap all that up, I'm hoping then the story will hit, and it's kind of okay, cool. Now I have something else new to do. So if that timing works out, it might not be the worst thing in the world that it got delayed. I think it's right through there. So I'm not too worried about that. The planetary modernization, the graphics stuff. Nope. I went up to Korriban and looked around. That's probably the best one. So I appreciate that. There we go. You can probably see it there. Obviously, the latest thing that, and I haven't been up to Test Center. I might do it this weekend to check out the improvements and or fixes they made to the shaders that have annoyed people a little bit. So, kind of waiting to see on that. Test, locate. What am I still missing? So yeah, the graphical improvements though. Oh yeah, because I went to the wrong spot. Okay, that makes more sense now. The thing that I like about the graphical improvements are that feels like something you would not bother to do if you were just going to basically put this game out to pasture and just write it out to see how much money it can make. Why bother putting all that effort into graphical improvements? They even alluded to in the live stream their desire to, but no commitment to putting it on different platforms. So yeah, absolutely. It's like HUD got its graphical improvements, and it makes sense. Like, if you think about it, if you read through where the story is planned to be, where they put this new story are also the same planets that they did graphical improvements on. At least for Hoth and one of the other ones. I can't remember. That's where the story is also going to take place. And that was true when they put the Minbarza district on Hutta. It's like, well, if we're going to put new content on a planet and put the effort into making that content look good, why not double dip and improve the base core planet as well? So it makes a lot of sense to actually do both at the same time. So yeah, the graphical improvements, the character improvements, kind of excited for it. We shall see how it goes. Yeah, that's what everybody is, whether it is official, whatever, that seems to be the direction, right? Go into the console direction. And it would make a lot of sense. That's a whole nother user base, right? All right, so we struck out on our first big red spot. There's another one right up here. So yeah, I personally won't play it on consoles. I play it on PC, but that could bring in a whole different user base. Now, much like when we were talking earlier about the different server styles, that has pluses and minuses. You know, a console user group is different. That's a different demographic than might currently be playing it. So, be interesting to see. Yeah, crafting is one of those that this is definitely not a game where there's not enough crafting to just be a dedicated crafter. That's just what I do. Did you play Star Wars Galaxies by chance when it was out? Because Star Wars Galaxies, while it wasn't the craziest crafting system, that game was designed to where if you wanted to be a crafting character, that was like, you could make a whole character around that. Oh, okay. Yeah, what was really cool about Galaxies, and it changed over time, but in the original game, there was no loot and there were no vendors, NPC vendors. So if you wanted to buy gear, let's say you wanted to buy armor or a blaster, you had to buy it from another player. And so it created an economy where all of the gear, everything was created by players. And another thing about that was it actually created, or it made it so that your the crafting of the weapons and stuff was dependent upon it was dependent upon the quality of the resources that you could harvest. And those would rotate or randomly spawn. You had to go out and survey, find the right resources, put down extractors, extract those resources, and you'd want to try to get yourself a large stockpile when a really, really good resource would spawn. Because then the gear that you made would be of higher quality, it'd be more effective, it'd do more damage and stuff like that. It was actually pretty robust. And then you could set up your own vendor in a house or something like that. And in doing that, that's where you bought everything. Like I said, there was no loot. You couldn't go to an NPC and just buy a gun. You had to buy it from another player. Also in the original Galaxies, and they ended up changing this, it was also a one character per server. So if you were going to dedicate your character on that server to crafting, you were kind of all in. That's a bit extreme. That's a pretty hardcore system, but it was pretty cool. What some of us did, myself included, is I just had multiple accounts. Like I had one account where my character was the mayor of our town, and that was just what he did. Ooh, we are striking out on Big Red here, I think, today. Should just be up there. So we actually had a player-run town. So our guild also had a town. We were about 2 kilometers east of Theed on Naboo. And so our little town, the higher my politician score got on my mayor character, the more perks. Like we could have a cantina, and we could have a shuttle port, and different things like that. It was pretty crazy. It was a fun game. I'm in the alpha, and I haven't been able to really play it yet to any amount. I've been in the game, that's about it. I'm in the early alpha of Stars Reach, which is a new MMO made by Raf Koster, who was the lead designer on Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxies. It's been interesting so far. Like I said, I haven't really played enough to have a real strong impression of it. They do the alpha tests like in just little 2-hour chunks throughout the week, and I've made it to 2 of them. Dealt with some technical issues, and then, but I did finally get in. I had to use a second computer because my main computer was just, there was a terrain loading bug, which again, that's what alphas are for, right? We're trying to find these bugs. So it looks interesting. I don't know where it's going to go, but it's ambitious. Don't know if I would leave Galaxies for if a new Star Wars MMO came up. Would I be tempted away or not? I have played a lot of MMOs over the years, though. It is probably my favorite genre or style of games. Alright, there's the antenna. We're going to go ahead and get closer because there's a potential big red spot over here as well. Let's hope we can get them both in one scan. That would be nice. Not seeing anything though. It's pretty obvious when you see it. Oh man, does that mean we have to? Oh, what is that big red back there? Nope. I don't think big red moves. So. Oh, I think it was just that gun turret moving. All right. Well, there's one more spot we can go, but it's my least favorite because it's all the way up in the Imperial, and I don't have any quick travels up there. But I think we've done all the other spots. We checked that one, that one, that one, and that one. A couple turn-ins, so that's our last one. And if it's not there, then we have to go back and start the cycle over again, which sucks. Well, mad respect for running guilds, man. That's a lot of work. I've done it. No desire to do it. Not any kind of size. Like I have 2 characters in a couple of the biggest guilds on this server, but I contribute to Conquest every week, but I'm not hugely active. Most of my characters are in. I have 2 of my own guilds, but they're just me. Me and my kids have characters in there, so it's 0 work, you know, because it's just a place to put all my own characters. But I've been an officer in that big guild in the past, and yeah, I have mad respect for the amount of effort that they put into running that group. Me personally, I just kind of chill. Man, this one's always a haul. Always would rather find it in one of those other locations. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it can be very rewarding. There's something about doing, whether it's in game or in real life, but even in game, there's something very satisfying about providing content or enjoyment or whatever for other players. Yeah, that can be highly rewarding. And I think it is good. So, I don't know how old you are, but if you were too young to play Galaxies, you're definitely younger than me. I think things like stepping up and running guilds and stuff is good just life experience. You know, it's not quite the same as doing it in real life, but a lot of that transfers over. 18? Cool. About the same age as my kids, actually. And that's part of the reason, like when I was an officer in the last guild, when I stepped down, I'm like, look, you know, I highly respect what you guys do, and I know how much effort you put into it. For me personally, I run projects and teams all day long at work. So when I get done with work, I don't want to just run more projects and teams in game. So it's part of the reason I stepped down. I'm just like, I just want to play. I don't need any more responsibilities. But I'm glad when people do it because it makes for great content. Very cool. Yeah, no, I think it's something you should be proud of. There's nothing easy about that. All right, cross our fingers, because if he's not here, I think that there. Okay, there's Big Red right there, in the last spot that I want him to be, but that's okay. But yeah, it's definitely something you should take pride in. Absolutely. All right, let's see. Upload 2, and then we'll quick travel back to the spaceport to turn in the other 2. And then I think what time is it? Yeah, we have time to probably get both flashpoints done. Yeah, my guild maintenance is non-existent. Like I said, it's just me. So I don't have to deal with anything. Mostly I did it just to have a spot to keep all my characters. It also helps I don't get near as many guild invites because I'm already in a guild. So there's that side of it as well. I've always liked this conclusion to this mission. Like, you dig up the weapons and then you actually test them, which is kind of cool. I feel for these droids. Their only job is to spawn and get shot. That kind of sucks as a life. Alright, so this should knock out GSI. We just put the whatever in there. Alright, let's take stock of where we're at. So we have... So yeah, we're 6 to 7. So we've just got the 2 flashpoints, so we'll probably run those. That also puts us at 87. Yep, so one more will be 88. That'll just give us 12 to finish this. So that'll be nice as well. So I think Assault on Tython and Korriban Incursion, I think we'll just run those back to back. Those aren't bad flashpoints to run. I can't remember. I don't think we get the droid on those though. The combat droid. He definitely makes things easier. But these are actually pretty quick in the grand scheme of flashpoints, so I think we can get these done within the hour. Alright, let's see. Assault on Tython. Sack the Jedi Temple. Defeat complete. Trying to remember in the story which one comes first. I think on the Republic side, you attack Korriban and then they attack. So let's do them in that order. We'll do Korriban first, And we'll do Tython second. Let's make sure both of those are Sultan, Tython, Korban, and Curse. Yeah. I think that's the order on the Republic side. And I think it's reversed on the Imperial side, if I remember right. It's been a long time since I've done those as part of the story. I've only ever kind of do them now just as daily type things.
Up ahead to reach the Sith Academy. Wave 1 managed to soften the imps up a bit.
Oh,
You
cool.
still
We do
got
get
your
the
work cut
droid.
out for you. Good luck.
Alright, let's rock and roll. So, we'll just jump from objective to objective. Get the things that we need to do. Let our combat droid do probably most of the work. I keep threatening to do it, but one of these days I want to do... I don't know which one I'll do it on, but I want to do a flashpoint run with the combat droid and just see if he can solo it, because I think he could. But for this one, we will help him. Just for speed reasons. It would take a lot longer. I'd have to find one where the boss mechanics wouldn't be an issue. You know, like he gets knocked off a platform or something. But barring that, I think he could solo some of them. Alright, so we're going to skip as much as we can. Where we can. We'll see if we can rip through these. Got Bessie doing DPS. Alright, so this fight, not a horrible fight. It is one of those that he has a knockback, at least in the harder modes. And if he knocks you into these cages, it will electrocute you, and I think it's an insta-kill. I don't think you can live through it. Hopefully we'll get him before he brings out another set of hounds. Nope.
Imperial defenders have a barricade up ahead. There's no time to go around. You'll have to break through. The Sith
No
Academy
time?
isn't far now. Keep it up.
Theron, there's always time, my friend. Like the double elevator here. Alright, on the harder modes, this group's not hard, but if you just stand here and pull them all around the corner, they're pretty easy to area attack down. On this easy mode, nothing to worry about. Alright, get a light side, dark side choice.
Please.
No, what's...
No, you guys go free. We got this. Bessie and I, and our combat droid. I need to create a character that's kind of also a droid with some of the armor sets, and then we could run 3 droids. Bessie, combat droid, and me. Alright, this dude is a beast on master mode. I did a series with my youngest where we two-manned, at least on the imp side, we two-manned all of the different flashpoints. This was, I think, the only one we couldn't get by. I think it was because of this boss right here. If I remember right. He is a monster. Oh, and I don't think we did Call of War Game because it has no. We might have. I can't remember. But unless you kind of glitch your way through that one, you can't do that with 2 players. It's not made. The puzzles are made for 4.
The Dark Council chambers are on the upper level.
Or at least 3.
You'll need to access the main elevator to reach them. We don't have much intel on the upper level defenses. Be ready for some heavy opposition.
I'll be ready for heavy opposition, Theron. Thank you, though, for the warning. I was trying to get him and caught in that, but we did not pull that off. With that group, if you don't have the combat droid, I like to just shoot one and then stand down here and they'll all come run up to that edge. And then you can just fight them as a group pretty easily. Of course. Alright, so you can fight your way up the front there. But the classic skip that a lot of groups use are just to slide around over here. And then you can just avoid those fights. I guess it's just one fight you avoid, but this one on the harder modes can also be tough. These four strongs, these marauders especially, they can tear you up. So be careful. Take care of each other. Same thing here. Without the droid, I'd normally pull all these guys around the corner. We're going to spawn some more people in. But with the droid, we'll face roll this as much as we can. Combat droid Bessie must be feuding because he's not healing Bessie. Did she do something to make you mad, my little friend? She has not earned your heals. That's right, you're keeping me alive. That's all that matters. Alright, so now we have to get the 4 kind of sub-bosses. And then after that, it's the main boss. So yeah, like I said, these go pretty quick. Still refusing to heal Bessie, huh? If we wanted to, we could just go into our rocket boost and then she would come back healed. Which we may do. Something I like to do on this fight is have the group go fight those guys. And then you run one player back this direction and grab this spawn. And then just run back there and meet up with the rest of the group. And then these guys will just follow you over there. then you can just fight them all at once. Again, with the 2 companions, it's a little bit tougher. Alright, well, I'm not waiting for the combat droid. For 2 reasons. 1, I want to travel quicker. And 2, it's nice to have Bessie at full strength. At least full health. Alright, so this will be the 4th. And we just go fight the main boss. Again, it's important to note this is the single player mode. I should check to see if we're going to get veteran mode credit for this. I think we will. Let's look. Right, Korriban. I think I went past it. Empire. Oh, no, I've already got it done in this one, so. Alright. Well, we'll check. Actually, we should have just done it while we were there. Let's check Assault on Tython. Okay, we haven't finished that one, so 19. We'll see if we pick up one there. Or not, but we're not getting anything for this one, since we've already capped it out. It's gotta be embarrassing, all these powerful Sith just getting face rolled by a trooper. Just a grunt. Just a little soldier taking out the high and mighty Sith Empire.
Only the greatest of all are fit. You will die here.
See how we get ourselves spread out a little bit.
Now witness true strength.
Alright, so this is kind of your group-wide damage.
The power of the dark
thing.
side is infinite.
That can be deadly in the harder modes if your healer doesn't have you all topped off. I don't know if this mode
You
spawns
lash out
little
feebly like a child.
suicide exploding droids that come out and stuff. There they are.
Unworthy opposition. Now witness true strength.
What's it called?
The power of the dark side is infinite. Oh! Impossible!
Boom. Alright. Korriban incursion is done.
To see your take under.
Let's take the flashpoints. What do we get? We got our 10th ancient statue, so we could build quite a little display, I guess. Alright, well, it's calling it story mode, so I don't know if we'll get veteran credit or not. I'm still going to do the other one in story mode, because I just want to see. But also, it's quicker. Doing it in veteran mode without the combat droid, I think we could do it solo, but definitely that's a lot more work. Actually, let's look at destroyed. Yeah, they've got it listed as separate, so we might not get credit for this. We will see. Alright, let's go do Assault on Tython. See if it gives us credit or not. Alright, so what, right about 20 minutes for that one, I think. Then we started about 1.
The Jedi Temple. Enemy artillery is going to make any large-scale deployments very messy. See what you can do to fix that.
Sure thing, boss. He's kind of bossy. Don't think you can sneak behind these guys, so. Go ahead and jump right in there. First main boss, I think, on this one is pretty brutal from my memory. That's why I carry the big gun. The final boss, honestly, I don't think he was all that bad. Got lost there a little bit. It's kind of true on both of them, right? Like, I think Korriban as well, but first boss is... There's just the 2 bosses. There's a bonus boss on Master Mode that you can fight. But yeah, I think the first boss is harder than... No, there's a second boss on this one. 1, 2, yeah, there's 3 bosses here. And then on Korriban we had the... Yeah, we had the guy in... with the cages. He was the first boss. And then so he's not hard. But then the second boss was the tough one. That droid. So on this one, the first boss, I think, is a lot tougher than the second boss. From my memory. Now, when we were running these on Master Mode, it was a while ago. Like, level cap was even different, so it might actually feel a lot different now than it used to. I don't know for sure.
Imps have sliced the defensive shield grid. They're cutting off our approach vectors. When you reach the command platform, try to clear out the enemy forces and open things up for the next wave of reinforcements.
Wow, we're doing a lot. What are you doing? Alright, so this guy's a little rough. One of the things we used to always do is so we could get ourselves positioned. We would not pull aggro over here, otherwise we would get mad at the person who did it. I should be careful. Okay, anyway. What we would do is we'd come over here, because if you walk up the front steps there... Jeez. Man, my jumping ability today is suspect. There we go. It'll trigger the fight, right? But what we could do is you could come up here, kind of get yourself set up before you go into combat. So it's a nice little little trick. Take out the 2 droids. But yeah, this one, I remember wiping on this one a bunch of times. It was pretty brutal. At least originally. That may no longer be the case. Oh, it's kind of sucky to be that last operator left. Be like, uh-oh. All the strong people are gone. Now they're just going to attack me. Actually, this one has 4 bosses, I think. Or kind of like a mini boss in the center here. On our way to the temple, there's a... I don't know if you call it a full boss, but like a mini boss fight. We'll call it 3.5. 3.5 bosses. You guys get the guy yet? Nice work. Droids did their work. Droid healed me. You guys are awesome. Alright, so right up here, I think. Yeah, this is kind of a... I wouldn't count this as a full boss fight. It's kind of a mini boss. Alright, go blow up some guns like Theron asked us to do. Fight a boss, enter the temple, unlock some more stuff, fight a boss, call it good. Kaboom! 1 grenade into the panel. Kyler, my friend, how are you doing today? Yep, it is SWTOR Saturday. Can't go away from that. I was going to make Stardew Valley Sunday, but we've been playing that every day, so... I don't know if you saw my tribute to you in Stardew Valley. Hope you're having a good weekend. First day of summer. Yeah, you probably haven't gotten to it yet. I'm not going to say anything now. Force you to watch my stuff. I need the watch time. Make you pay attention. Let's see, which one would it be in? Let me look. Let's see. Live streams. So growing the farm, all in the day's work. I think it'll be in the... Let's see, where are you at? It's in the transitioning from summer to fall. That's the one you're going to want to pay attention to. It's not huge. Don't be like all completely engrossed. Yeah, it's horrible when real life gets in the way of your stream watching. Tell your boss, this is important. You are one of four people memorialized. I don't know if it goes quite that far, but so you've been playing any more Guild Wars? Streaming or otherwise? They just came out. It got popular again. Like, I noticed that it jumped up to like 11th in like daily plays or something like that. But I think it's because they just released their 1.6 update, and so everybody kind of came back and was checking that out. So it was a good time to get back in because there's a lot of people paying attention to it because of the update. I can't tell you what they changed because, like I said, I barely played it before. So. I can see though, man, it is, the depth of that game is insane. I'm not sure if I've got it in me to do everything. My completionism hurts trying to think about all the stuff. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how far we get. Once a week's not a bad cadence. That's what I was doing before. You know, it was mostly just... Well, mostly. It was all just the Old Republic for Extra Life, but it gave me an excuse to keep it going. Until I went off the deep end and decided to do it every day. Which I technically... I don't know. Like, technically I didn't stream the day before and the day after game day. Because I started at midnight, so I technically didn't stream on Friday. And then I ended at 1 o'clock, so kind of technically I did stream on Sunday, but I didn't do another stream on Sunday. But I figured after 24 hours I could not have the day before and the day after. Other than that, I am every day since October 8th. I think that's the first day I started. Alright, this should be the last boss. If I remember right, he doesn't talk.
The mission's over. You lost. But this doesn't have to be a suicide run.
Yeah, he's the one that doesn't talk.
The choice is yours.
That's a choice. Oh, now you talk.
Submit.
Lord Gao. Go Gao. Alright, so the secret or the mechanic here is he jumps over to these datacrons, which I don't... Can you attack him before? I don't know. But if he completes whatever little channel or ability he's doing there, he just gets like tons of power. Yeah, so like, see that one's green, I can't attack it. So if you let him finish that, he just gets buffed up and wipes you out. So you have to wait till he jumps to the Datacron, then it will change to attackable. And then after it's attackable, you have to kill it before he finishes his channel. Obviously the ceiling falls, so there you can see that now that Datacron can be attacked. Now obviously I'm playing it on the easy mode, but that's the mechanic. Yeah, it's been great actually. It has... My Star Wars The Old Republic playtime has suffered greatly because of it. So I don't even get through my daily cycles most days anymore. Like this account, we made Conquest, but this is just all from today. This was completely blank when I started today, so. But that's okay. When the 7.6 stuff comes in, I'll probably spend some time, playing through this on stream as well, more than just once a week. But I don't know if you saw that. Which one is this one? Okay. Next week I'm gonna go back to the last Starship, and their Alpha 12 hit. They put out their Alpha 12 this week, so we will be doing that next week. So we're probably gonna put Stardew on hold, or just do Stardew. Like, we'll probably do Stardew on Sunday, because I'm gonna roll into winter. I got a week left of fall, so we'll roll into winter, and then that'll kind of end our first year. And then after we end our first year, then we can put it on hold a bit, and we will work on probably the week of playing through Alpha 12. I think I'm going to start from scratch, because one of the things they added was a story wrapped around the Stargate project, and I'm already kind of at the end of what was available for the Stargate project on both of my current playthroughs. So they've updated combat. Combat is different now. Let's see, what are the other changes? There wasn't a ton, but they actually alluded to, like, it made it sound like they're going to do another alpha release before the end of the year, which is, so maybe they divided it up into two smaller sections. But and then, as always, it's good just to see, little tweaks to systems and things as they've kind of come out. So, all right, let's see. Let's take stock. Where are we? Yeah, we were at 19 on that one, right? So it did give us credit for it. So story mode does count for the veteran mode. I'm almost sure that was at 19. I'll go back and look at the stream, but all right, so that's nice. We are at 88. So we got 12 more to get done there. How long do we have to do that? Plenty of time, I think. 86 days to do 88 missions. So, or sorry, to do 12. So yeah, we got plenty of time. And then what's this one? Oh, that must be from last time I streamed. I don't know why I would have... I think I just did that so I could get back into here when we were working on Directive 7. Okay, we'll turn that off. Alright, so yeah, we're at 88 of those. We're in pretty good shape, actually. Alright, let's check our... We made Conquest. Zaximus is still not, though. Alright, so let's finish him up. Let's see, 67. What can we do that's relatively easy that we haven't done yet? Coruscant we did once. Black Hole. CZ we've done. We could do Orcon, that's not bad. Zios we've done. Rishi we've done. Yeah, an Oricon run will give us enough. Alright, we'll wrap up with an Oricon run. 15 minutes? I don't know if I can pull it off in 15, but we'll be close. So that was about 20 minutes per flashpoint on both of those, so we did alright. Yeah, it's been pretty cool to watch it. Like, when it first started, it was very, very much felt like a roguelike space style game. Also, the main play was you're running away from this anomaly, so you're not just flying around the system trading, you're just trying to keep yourself alive long enough to get to the next spot. And I think that mode still exists. I think it's still in there. It is definitely, I played that mode when it first came out, but definitely wasn't my favorite. Like, I don't know that if it released and that was the only way to play, I will continue to play it. They have definitely gone more towards the what you call it, the engineering, automation-y type of thing. So that part I like. I like building up my ships and fleet and logistics and all that kind of stuff. They did mention in their devlog live stream, and this might be something that maybe this is what they were alluding to, maybe getting out by the end of the year, I'm not sure. But it sounds like they're wanting to really improve the fleet interactions, right? So if you have multiple ships, how do they work together? Which I think is a logical next part to do the development on. Because right now, while you can have multiple ships, coordinating them all, like in combat, you just have to switch from ship to ship and then make it attack. And then when you switch, you kind of lose control. So it'll be interesting to see what they do there. I'm trying to think if they made any major changes to any of the internal systems. Oh, they did do one that I would guess is more, I don't know if we would call it a player request. Oh, two things, actually. Two major things. I would put them in the quality of life category. The first one is you can now dismiss crew or fire crew. So if you've crewed up a ship and then you put a bunch of automation in, now you've just got these people hanging out, not really doing anything. You essentially sell them. It's in the sell, but basically you fire them. You don't get anything for them, I think. You know, you just let them go. But that's kind of nice to be able to clean up your crew. I'm going to assume they didn't show it on the live stream. If that works on your researchers as well, it would make sense. Because once your researchers are done researching everything, there's nothing for them to do. They just hang out on your ship and use up resources. So that's kind of a cool thing. The other one, which is, I'm going to put it above quality of life, almost game changer, is the ship editor. They made two improvements. One is you can now do things like remove armor, remove the habitation section without having to delete that part of your ship, that was the only way to get rid of those before. Is you basically had to delete that part of the ship and rebuild it. And then the other improvement they made was if you do delete out a section of hull, in the past what would happen is your floor would just go up to space. It wouldn't leak, but it would just look funky. So now it actually automatically rebuilds the new outer hull wall and stuff like that. So, kudos for them, fixing and making and improving stuff like that. The ability to again, change your habitation deck. You know, being able to remove sections of it is huge. That's a big one. Let's see. I'm trying to remember anything else from the live stream. Those were the big ones. I think you... Oh, the other just... It's more game balancing, I would say. Oh, why is my interrupt button not working? Okay, that's weird. Let's see. Oh, there it worked. Okay. My mouse software must have been freaking out. Alright, hold on. I'm going to check to make sure. See what's going on with Razor. Alright. Alright, there we go. It's working now. So I have my interrupt on a thumb button. And muscle memory said, why is this not working? Yeah, considering, you know, now naming, of course, they can call stuff whatever they want, but, you know, it is a paid early release, and I support that, you know. That's not for everybody. It is very playable. You've seen it, so it's not like there's not gameplay there. But yeah, it's still, they're still calling it alpha. Oh, rule is you knock me off my speeder, then I have to fight you. I was going to let you live, but you made your choice. But yeah, considering it's still, now, what you can look at though is, it's been in alpha now for, this be coming up on 2 years, I think. I think it was January or February of 23 when it went to alpha. They had a demo out before. Oh, that's the other thing. If you want to try it out, they have a demo again. So you don't actually have to buy it. You can actually just get the demo and play it. And then the other thing that's kind of cool about that, I don't know this from experience, but they said it in the live stream. Any progress you make in the demo, like the demo is the game. So if you play it and you get to the end of the demo, which I don't know what that is, and then you buy the game, you can just continue from where you were at in the demo. So you don't have to start over. So that's kind of cool. I don't know what the ratio of demos that are like, no, it's a completely separate thing, then you buy the game and start over, or ones that let you continue. But I thought that was kind of a cool little thing of like, hey, man, I played the demo. I really dug this game. I want to keep playing. They sell it to you, and then you have to completely start over. That's not for everybody. So that's kind of cool. Talking a lot about The Last Starship for an Old Republic stream. But that's okay. It's all gaming. And we all support each other. Or at least we try. Alright, let's see where my luck is today. I made it. Made the jump, did not pull aggro. All right. And then, so that gives us Stardew, Last Starship, couple people are trying to get me back into Terraria. So I've debated maybe, because I've never really put any time. We checked it out, but I haven't really done like a full playthrough of the Calamity mod or anything like that. So could get back into Terraria. I think they either just had an update or something going on with it, because it's gotten popular and back on the, I think it's in the top 20, top 25 for daily plays. Terraria is. We might have to fight that guy. He's this close, we often can't get far enough away from him to make him drop aggro. Why is Terraria hard to stream? It is a lot of just monotonous digging. That might be one where, if I was going to stream Terraria, and this would be hard to do, it might be one where it would actually be better to do some things offline and then save up, like, okay, you know, we're going to do the exciting bits on the stream, but... Oh, sure. Yeah. You have to pay a little more attention, I suppose. What I should do is actually float the chat above my game. Since I changed my capture mode, I could actually do that and it wouldn't interfere with what you guys see. Then I could pay more attention. Oh, for sure. You know, though, I'm going to spend at least half the time just building houses and stuff. Oh, and then you've got me thinking about, is it Factoria? They did have a brand new expansion that came out. The only thing that's stopping me from playing that one is it would cost me money. It's easier to play the games already in. And then Professor H is trying to get me to play the Oregon Trail, which I'm debating doing, so it's always something to play. Yeah, I know of it and I've watched videos of it, so I am aware of how completely addictive that game could get for me. It could be a, we'll call it borderline problematic. It'd be like Planet-based that end up streaming for way too long. Any game that has that just one more thing mentality is tough. It is what I like about games where you've got like these set goals, you know. So for instance, whether it's Conquest, whether it is, you know, like here, once we get through the week of Oricon is done, right? There's always another mission you could do, but they don't string together quite as much as just like, oh, I just need to tweak this one. Oh, now I just need to tweak this a little bit. So that is dangerous for me and my general lack of strong moderation skills as a player. Yeah, I kind of went up and looked at the Steam release on it. I played that, you know, growing up, you know, back in the original version, like on the Apple. But I haven't played the Oops, we need to go this way. I haven't played the more modern day version of it. It looks to do a pretty good job of respecting the original, which is kind of cool. You know, obviously it's a different game and it's updated, but oh, they stayed in aggro mode. I thought they gave up. They're coming back. Well, this will be a fight. We'll fight the boss and the ads. Do it all. No fear. Hello, boss man. But yeah, I'm glad I finally went and played Stardew, though. Like I said, I bought the game. I wanted to play it. It was just a time issue of getting to it. And much like many games I own, like I played it for a couple hours and I could tell, you know, just from that little bit of playtime, basically just how in depth it was going to be. And I wasn't willing or able to put that kind of time into it at that moment. So it got put on the back burner and it just stayed there. So yeah, I was kind of looking through Steam, trying to find like, okay, what am I going to do next? I need a new game. And what I was going to do is they did a cooking game event sale thing. And so I had like 5 or 6 either free to play or demo versions of cooking games. And I was just going to go through those in the stream. And I'm like, well, it'd be fun. It'd be fun to explore, you know, different styles of cooking games. So, you know, I don't think it would have been a bad experience. But it also puts me in the situation of like, well, once I do that, none of those would continue, right? So, and I didn't want to just like be one and done on a whole bunch of games. So yeah, Brighter Shores, that's another one I probably should add to the rotation. I'm gonna have to decide here pretty soon if I want to keep doing like, let's just binge one for a while, or do I want to pick a bunch and just do them like once or twice a week. You know, like kind of like SWTOR now. You know, it's we play it on Saturday, and it'll be there next week. Am I willing to do that with a whole bunch of games? And I haven't decided yet which way I want to go. What I need is a benefactor who would just pay me lots and lots of money to play games all day. Then I could do bunches. Short of that, we'll have to manage our time a little better. Punish and repel. Go get him, Bessie. Have you tried Brighter Shores? Or just read about it? Because I think it is... Isn't it free to play? I think it is. Which also makes it a problematic game, because it's easy to say, oh, sorry, I can't play that one. Don't want to buy it. But when it's free to play, then it removes a lot of layers of excuse. Ugh. Alright, we'll let that guy move. I don't want to fight another boss if I don't have to. Yeah, I've read a couple articles about, like I said, its progression system and some controversy there. Haven't dug into it much beyond that. And like, you know, so if it's free to play, it's still got to have some kind of monetization strategy. And so, is that a cash shop? Is it a paywall? You know, like what's going on with that? So that'll probably be my next thing. I need to look that stuff up, and that would dictate whether I want to get into it or not. Because last thing I'd want to do is really get into it, and then all of a sudden realize I can't really continue or move forward because I'm at some kind of a monetary blockage. But and if it's good, I want to make sure they do get their money. But all right, that should be. Oh yeah, we made Conquest by a lot. 174. Alright, so if anybody ever asks you if can you make Conquest easily in Star Wars The Old Republic, we are just over, barely over. Yeah, 203, so we're right at the 4-hour mark. And we put up 718,000 conquests because we were at 0 when we started today, so. Are you going to stream today? Or tomorrow? Because if you're going to stream it, I might just join and watch. Give me a preview. Depending on what my schedule is the rest of the weekend. Cool, okay. Yeah, I'll pop your channel open and keep an eye open. And try to, if you're going to stream it. Or if you're still streaming Guild Wars 2, that's fine as well. Alright, let's do a little cleanup here. Most of this appears to be junk. What's our repair bill? 5,000. Sell our junk. Sell our reputation items. All right, we are clear. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to watch your stream if I'm streaming. Although I have done that. I did that on game day. I streamed your stream on my stream. Some kind of bizarre streamception thing. I wonder what would happen if... I'm sure it's been done. But if you had two streamers both streaming that then went and watched the other person's stream. What kind of weird streamception thing you would get out of that? Huh, I don't know. I'm going to have to maybe search YouTube. I'm sure somebody's tried it, but... Alright, well, I think that puts us in a pretty good place to wrap up for today. As always, we appreciate your support for the channel and for the cause. In this case, you can find the link in the description or the chat or my social media. Yeah, I can't imagine that it hasn't been done. But yeah, so we stream every weekend for Children's Miracle Network, Phoenix Children's, Extra Life. All the money goes to help sick kids and their families. So if you are able, there is a link in the description of the chat down below where you'll find my profile page. You can click up there. I raised my goal a little bit. Let's see, which one is it? Let's go to progress. There we go. So we're at 3,904 out of 4,000. Mostly thanks to Dominic. That's over half of our donations, so definitely appreciate that. We're growing in subs as well. Our subtotal is up above 1,100 now, so I think I need to update Yeah, we're 1106. So I'm going to have to update my sub goal there as well. So thank you all for those subscriptions. Those have definitely picked up as well. Very much appreciated. So if we look at our last 5 donors, thank you guys all for what you've done. You can also click on the QR code up there if you want to donate. If you're not able to donate, you can also help by sharing. So if you share my link, you can donate there 24/7. It doesn't have to be while I'm streaming. Although if you donate while I'm streaming, I can give you a shout out if I see it. With that being said, I think for tomorrow, we're still going to go back to Stardew. I'm trying to get through winter. I don't know if we'll get through it in a single stream. We still have a week of fall left, but we can at least get kind of winter going, which will probably be a lot of mining and fishing. I think is probably our next couple of tasks. We've made it to level 55 or 60 in the mine, so we'll try to get to the bottom of that. So yeah, we're making pretty good progress on all of our skills there. And then I'm thinking Monday will probably be our start of the last starship, and we'll do. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do a multi-ship one again, since they seem to be wanting to lean that way. I don't think we'll break it down as far as we did the last one, where each ship only has kind of a single purpose. We might just try to create a fleet of different types of ships that do different things, right? So, especially like the gas collector ship. You know, I'm not going to use a full ship hull. We'll just build a minimal little thing that can do the gas collecting as opposed to a full ship. So we'll probably play around with that. Also, I still kind of want to try to do the pirate version, but I might wait. You know, they added this new combat thing, so we'll see what the new combat thing looks like. But I also might wait till if they're going to do a fleet combat thing, we might wait for that. So that's the plan for tomorrow and Monday. Probably the rest of the week will be the last starship. Haven't decided what we're going to do over Thanksgiving. If we're going to do some kind of special Thanksgiving stream or not. Depends on if a game puts in some Thanksgiving content. We might just go do that. So with that being said, I think that is it for us today. Thank you all for your support. We will leave you as we always do. Be part of the great gaming community at any level. Developer, player, streamer, watcher, doesn't matter. We all contribute to this amazingly cool industry. So as we always say, go watch, play, or create something great. And we will see you all tomorrow. Take care.